Next slide. Next slide, please. And this is an old diagram by the IPCC and WRI on how temperature rise will affect the global environment and economies. And you can see what devastating impact it will have. Next slide. So there's increasingly this discussion around loss and damage. And here, I think the adaptation finance component, regardless whether you think loss and damage is a separate issue or part of adaptation, is an important one. Because developed country parties usually see this issue of loss and damage as a question of insurance, risk preparedness, risk responses, but it's actually much broader than this. Next slide. Because there is an obligation between states not to harm each other. We see this as kind of an international principle that some might adhere to, a lot of other countries don't, but it's there. And although countries are very reluctant to address it under the UNFCCC, I think the more prominent adverse impacts of climate change get, the more relevant this issue will become. And at the COP in Egypt, countries have now agreed to establish a financial mechanisms. And here, I would really urge African governments to look at the potential and to maybe start identifying impacts, adverse impacts, loss and damage in a strategic manner. And I can tell you a lot of the Pacific Island countries, they are doing this. They are hiring loss and damage advisors because they see this as a potential entry point for compensation. And another issue that is, of course, for us lawyers, really quite exciting at the moment is the whole question of liability of the fossil fuel companies. But that's a whole different topic. Next slide, please. So I've tried to raise mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage issues. Like I said, if you're around, if you want to talk more, let's talk. There's so much more to say. And then the final one, of course, is finance. And Article 9 of the Paris Agreement provides that developed countries parties shall continue to provide finance as previously under the UNFCCC. But this is not particularly encouraging. It's finance to incentivize certain work, to help developing countries adopt their adaptation plans. It's not finance on a really large scales. Here, the Paris Agreement simply states that countries should mobilize climate finance from a wide variety of sources and through a wide variety of actions. Now that's pretty generic, isn't it? It includes pretty much everything and does not specify what kind of finance, public, private, mixed, it should be. And this finance should represent a balance between mitigation and adaptation financing. And developed country parties have to report on it. These reports will be available, and civil society, developing country parties can look at them and check. But the problem here, again, is that it's all bottom up. It's very much up to developed country parties on how they present that information. And some of them have already been accused of double counting. Others are not very transparent. Is it a loan? Is it a grant? Does it stay in the country, or does it have to be paid back? So two issues here: the balanced. Next slide, please. The balance between mitigation and adaptation. In the negotiations to the agreement, the discussion was, should it say 50-50, half-half? That wasn't agreed. So they came up with balanced. Balanced can be pretty much anything. So there is no clear commitment to 50-50 share. And the parties are now addressing this in more detail. Next slide. But the most important development under the Paris Agreement was that there is actually no legally binding commitment on finance. Developed countries fought hard to get that into the text, but it did not happen. Finance was mainly addressed as part of a COP decision. And here the parties agreed that it should be 100 billion per annum through to 2025. And that's 100 billion for adaptation and mitigation. Now, the reality is that most of the finance at this point in time still goes into mitigation. So you can double, triple, quadruple adaptation funding and still probably not have enough to deal with all the devastating impacts. This goal was missed. And in Glasgow, parties noted that with deep regret. And they've now decided to launch a new work program to come up with a new goal. And that new goal will start as a bottom rate of 100 billion. How it'll all work out, we don't know yet. It remains to be seen. The stronger developed country parties fight, the more likely it is. But don't forget, whatever comes out of these negotiations, it will not be legally binding. It will be another commitment. And then we can all keep our fingers crossed that this money will come through. Maybe at this stage, I should give you an opportunity to ask, because I've covered most of the more important issues under the Paris Agreement, and I think I've run out of time anyway. So maybe we can open the floor to questions, comments here.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. I kind of feel this is more like COP28 already. I want to ask this question because we have heard a lot of diplomatic speeches when in regards to climate change, and the youth are oftentimes excluded from these decision-making tables. Now, you've presented on the Paris Accord or the Paris Agreement, and to ensure that the young people, or to ensure that the developing countries meet their NDCs, it's expedient to increase to double the finance effort in climate change. Now, I want to ask you that by 2025, what is the effort of the Paris Agreement, or what is the effort of global leaders in this Paris Accord to include youth in the climate adaptation framework or the climate financing framework? Thank you.
I think it makes probably sense to take 2 or 3 questions and then I respond.
Okay, I wish to thank our presenter for the brilliant presentation and the organizers of this event for this great opportunity. I'm called Adamundam, environmental engineer, the head of the Commission on Ecology and Climate Change at World for Nature Conservation. I have just 2 preoccupations. I would like to know how do we continue to say that the Paris Agreement is a legally binding agreement, meanwhile there is this aspect of free entry and free exit, just we need to notify and we can just exit from the Paris Agreement. How do we say it's a legally binding agreement? How can we pose a real sanction on a country that can just exit from the Paris Agreement and we continue to say that it's a legally binding agreement? At the same time, I would like to know at what level we are today with the 100 billion finance, at what level we are today. How do we ensure this effective implementation of this finance to ensure that we have sufficient finance for the adaptation we are talking today? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Albert. I have 2 questions to ask. The first one has to do with, I wish to know if you can explain to us the concept of the common but differentiated responsibility in the context of climate adaptation finance under the Paris Agreement. And I also wish to know what are some of the challenges or obstacles in implementing the provisions on the climate adaptation finance under the Paris Agreement? Thank you.
Good morning. I wish to thank the presenter. I'm called Yonka Bernard, and I have just one question. What role do we see for the global stocktake in ensuring that countries that are on track to meet with the Paris Agreement, to see that all the countries involved, like the NDC, are on track to meet with the Paris Agreement?
Good morning. I am Jimmy Majid Bifo. I would like to context my question in terms of the local commitment and based on national determined contribution of countries. If countries have to engage in adaptation finance, I want to think that countries at their national levels have different priorities, and adapting to climate change might not necessarily top the agenda. What do you think countries at the national level can do to engage more national determined contribution to meet the local level while addressing other priorities that tops the agenda? Thank you.
Shall I maybe make a start on these questions? Yeah, okay. Afanyu, do you want me to wind up after this? Yeah, okay. So apologies if I do not respond adequately to all of these questions. But like I said, I'll be around for the next 2 days. Let's just talk it through again. And to start with the first question, I think before the COP is always, or after the COP is always before the COP. For us, in this international process, they are very important events. So yes, we always talk about them. And even the climate campaigners in the global north, Stop Oil people, although they disagree very much with the content of the Paris Agreement, they all use it as a reference point. So yes, it is upcoming, and yes, of course, we're thinking about this with the view to COP28 or COP29. And importantly, when we're talking about the Paris Agreement, it's not actually COP, it's the CMA. It's the Conference of Parties sitting as the conference of meeting of parties to the Paris Agreement. Just an aside, but the whole thing is kind of complex. How to involve youth, I don't think would have been. And Katja and I developed an agreement in the lead up to the conference in Paris called the African Protocol on African Peoples Protocol. And quite frankly, in there, we had suggestions for a body of young people who would look at these decisions that the parties take, or in some cases where it's first and mostly a youth issue, an issue for further generations, maybe take these decisions or propose them. So I think if the international community wanted to give young people more of a say, such a body, and some countries have such bodies now, a body that gives young people a voice and decision-making powers, I think it's always, a pretty good idea. But then, like my children, no one listens to me. And I think this is a long-term project. What politicians do is they bring out the young people. So increasingly, I go to events and politicians say, well, it's for the next generation. We wish you luck in sorting this out. I think that's a bit of a cop-out. I think it's an easy escape. It's my generation, my parents' generation in the North that has really created the problem. So I don't think we can just leave it to young Greta and her friends. I think we need to take serious and radical action. But yes, in order to involve the young people more, I would say go beyond panels, go beyond discussions, go beyond policies and declarations, give them a say. Establish some kind of youth parliament, for instance. And I can tell you, my experience is if you get young people together to discuss some of these issues, and that includes, the generation of my children, they would find solutions, and they would also find areas of compromise, and they wouldn't mind sacrificing some of their very high standard of living if it was for the greater good of the planet. So that's a long answer to your question. It is legally binding, formally legally binding, but for us lawyers, the question is always in the detail. So there are very few legally binding provisions in the agreement itself. They are of a procedural nature. Countries have to make these commitments, draw up their NDCs, and then update them after 5 years, for example. That's a procedural commitment. If they don't do it, if they fail to miss these very basic deadlines, then there is a compliance committee that could take them up on it. But the whole compliance issue in the Paris Agreement is not very strong. It doesn't have teeth. Under the Kyoto Protocol, there were actually possible penalties under Paris, but that's quite common for multilateral agreements. There can be suggestions on how to address the issue. The committee can make proposals, recommendations on how to build capacity to better meet their commitments. But overall, it's pretty lame. But unfortunately, states are sovereign. States can do pretty much everything they want to. And I think we kind of witness that increasingly. So if a country decides to leave the Paris Agreement, and gives its notice in line with the provisions of the Paris Agreement, then the international community can't stop them. That's part of their right as independent nations. So for the rest who stays in the agreement, it remains binding. But yes, countries can opt out. And what happens then if the US, for instance, decides to leave again is an open question. It's an open question to the international community. There are other ways. There's, there is international dispute settlement, there's the WTO, but under the Paris Agreement, it's a straightforward situation. They can leave if they want to. The issue of common but differentiated responsibility under the Paris Agreement has changed what we had under the UNFCCC, under the Framework Convention. Here, the situation was fairly clear. Developed country parties must reduce greenhouse gas emissions because they are historically responsible for the changes in the atmosphere. And developing country parties could do the same, but usually that depended on upfront financial support. Under the Paris Agreement, all countries have now taken on commitments to reduce and address their greenhouse gas emissions. So the principle still exists, but it's different. And there is no firewall. There is no strict distinction between what is a developed country and what are its obligations and what is a developing country. And a lot of countries that can afford to support adaptation in developing countries are actually encouraged to do so. So under the Paris Agreement, the formally very strict and firm principle has been somehow diluted. And there was a question about barriers here. I think, quite frankly, it's very often not in the text. I think the barriers are more the lack of political will. And the review process, the transparency system of the Paris Agreement in Article 13, 14, and 15 is supposed to look at these indices and to monitor if and to what extent countries actually meet their commitments. And this is supposed to feed, all this information is then supposed to feed into the global stocktake. The global stocktake is a global assessment of how and where we're standing. What is the expected temperature rise? How much money has actually come in? That is the global stocktake, and that first global stocktake will take place at the end of this year at the COP. And there are already reports on the internet. The findings are fairly predictable. It'll say that we're still not there. If we continue along the current trajectory, then business as usual, we won't reach the commitments. We won't get to the finance we need for adaptation. We won't get to the global goal on temperature. And we will continue to try. Now, if and to what extent that'll be successful in the end, that's an open question. And I think there, yes, I think a very proactive dialogue between local people and their governments can help to develop NDCs that, don't just reflect ambition or drawn up by consultants, but give a fair and authentic picture of what the main climate concerns are, where adaptation action is already carried out by local communities, for instance, and what it is they need and what a government needs in order to successfully address adaptation and mitigation. Thank you. I think that's all I can say here. Afanyu? Yeah, thank you very much. And like I said, my office still stands. Talk to me. And I hope these slides will also be available. There's always a lot more to say. And like I mentioned, have a look at the Paris Agreement. In whatever language, it's accessible, and it gives you a bit of a flavor of the very convoluted diplomatic process the international community has set up to address climate change. I hope that's a bit of an introduction. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Christophe, for setting that foundation for us. If you have the programs in front of you, you will notice that this was intended to give us some framework for understanding the conversation going forward, because all of the conversation we're having was triggered by the Paris Agreement. And so this was a very useful introduction for the rest of the day. But as I said, the program indicates that we should now move into an official opening ceremony. The minister who's supposed to do that is on his way. So we're going to have an anticlimax for a few minutes to wait for him to come. But in the meantime, since we're young people, we're going to invite who leads us in our chants? I'm looking around for the usual people. I can't see some of them. Where are those summer school people? Come and teach us our climate. Come, because there are many people who are joining this movement for the first time. So I want one of the young people from the summer school to come and teach us our climate justice chant, because we're going to be using that throughout our time here. I'm looking at this table right in front of me. I'm seeing about where are they? Come. Someone is already getting up. Wake up. Perfect.
Thank you very much. Summer school, if you're from summer school, please wave. Cameroon team, please wave. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Shampi Anna. I am from Kenya. I am a very proud alumnus of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice that was organized by PACJA. And I want you to help me in this beautiful chant. What do we want? When do we want it? So we get it. Now with energy. Breathe in. Out. In. Out. What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Now we are going to climate finance. What do we want? Climate finance. When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Thank you.
Yes. And the slogan for the climate finance for your FAFA is what? What is the slogan? Climate finance? Climate finance. Stand up. Stretch. Turn 360 degrees. Turn 90. Wonderful. Climate finance. Climate finance, climate finance, more than double. Climate finance, more than double. What do we want? What do we want? What do what do you what do you want? When do you want it? What do you want it? What do you want it? Thank you so much. Meet these very good youth here. And we just want to invite Mama to tell us how she feels and so far how her experience with this has been.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mama. So you could just tell me how you see your farm compared to the years the way you don't use the other fertilizer.
Young to change, young to even then she made a church of Jongo, give us softer than you remember fertilizer. And church soon I'm if you green about church marine, blow bash you wait taking from a more fertilizer. But you're bouncing the fertilizer to make up in some way. You know, my friend Bamo, one my friend Ba Mungere and fat. But me, any about my fertilizer, I have found you have to a whole change. In Congo, and they will come over boy. Drop me fast later. I am waiting for the more farm of tomato or have a tomato, and it does very good.
This is working as well. I would have a problem with this problem. Yes, it's working. Thank you. What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? Clap for yourselves. Doctor, they also joined us. Okay, apologies. So for our colleagues at the back, what do you want? Okay, we'll do that. What do we want? We have to hear those at the back. What do we want? Climate finance? Climate finance. Amazing. So clap for yourself for making it here today. My name is Lucky, and I'm from Nigeria. I've been joined today by my very good friend and brother, Richard Mate. A couple of you might know him as well. So we're trying to keep this hall as lively as possible because this conference is for young people. And let us first of all give the organizers a round of applause for giving young people a space at the table. So we're discussing adaptation finance, and we've listened to a very exciting and informative presentation from the first speaker. But however, we want this conversation to be young people driven. So it's going to be a conversation for young people, by young people, and with young people as we are 28. Richard here has come up with a beautiful idea. We want to hear your perspective from your different countries, whether you speak English, whether you speak French, whether you speak Swahili. We want to hear what you think about adaptation finance. If I've not mentioned your dialect or your country, Richard will give you the opportunity to tell us what you think
should be adaptation finance for young people. We want to hear what you think should be adaptation finance for Africa. We know that the statistics say we have less than 3%. We'll be able to access less than 3% of climate finance for Africa, but we don't know what percentage of that 3% has gone to adaptation. So we want to hear your views. We want to hear your thoughts. Richard would now be passing the mic to you. Feel comfortable. Tell us what you think in your own language. Don't be scared. No answer is wrong. At the end of the day, we're going to collect your opinions, and it's also form what will be our own youth demand from this year conference. Who is going to be the first to go? Remember, this year is for young people, by young people, with young people. You tell us your name, your country, and go ahead. What do you think adaptation finance should be?
OK. Bonjour tout le monde. J'aimerais tout d'abord remercier les organisateurs de cette conférence de donner la chance aux jeunes de participer à de tels événements, puisque nous l'avons toujours souhaité. Moi, personnellement, je souhaite et je voudrais davantage continuer à prendre part à ce genre d'événements. Donc, je suis Gilles Fac, je suis Camerounais du Cameroun et je suis doctorant au département de foresterie à l'Université de Tchang. Donc, en venant ici, j'avais un message. J'ai un message pour les organisateurs. J'aimerais leur dire que les jeunes ont des solutions. Les jeunes ont des solutions adaptées à notre pays, à notre contexte, et ils ont juste besoin d'encouragement. Ils ont besoin qu'on leur montre la voie à suivre pour implémenter ces solutions. Aujourd'hui, dans toutes les grandes villes du Cameroun, nous faisons face à ce problème de pollution environnementale. Nous voyons des décharges, des poubelles un peu de partout, dans tous les coins, dans tous les recoins des grandes villes. Ces décharges qui sont créées en plein centre-ville causent de nombreux problèmes dont je ne vais pas toutes les énumérer ici. Cependant, nous avons des jeunes qui ont des solutions, des petites solutions qu'ils mettent en œuvre déjà pour gérer ces problèmes. Et il ne manque que l'encouragement, les encourager justement pour développer et amener ces solutions à être plus globales pour qu'ensemble, nous puissions combattre ce phénomène déjà de pollution et d'insalubrité qui justement est à la cause de toutes ces maladies hydriques que nous connaissons et dont le pays fait face de plus en plus. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. So we've had implementation, solution. So we are here to discuss solutions, come up with concrete action.
I think at some point it looks like I had police inside. So maybe they will have to look for police as well to get those adaptation finance. Please go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm going to try to speak in English because I noticed that more of people here are English speaking.
Thank you.
Okay. Bon, je dis bonjour à tout le monde. Je suis Steve Maël du Cameroun. Pour ma part, la finance climatique, c'est vrai que ce sera parfaitement explicable en anglais pour moi. La finance climatique, pour moi, c'est la capacité de renforcer les capacités, si je me permets le pléonasme, des populations locales sur le plan financier à mieux s'adapter, n'est-ce pas, au changement climatique et aux effets du changement climatique. Donc, financer les efforts d'adaptation, n'est-ce pas, des populations locales, surtout les plus vulnérables au changement climatique. Voilà.
Merci.
That's good. Building the capacity of local community to adapt to the effect of climate change. That's your own understanding of what adaptation finance should look like for Africa. Be comfortable enough to give us your thoughts, your views. Also going to form very concrete conversation in the next 2 days that we are gathered here. Yes, who's next?
Great. Good morning to all. I'm called Meeting Sandrine. I'm an environmental engineer. Then, to me, adaptation finance for youth, and especially for youth in Africa, is providing or putting in place strategies and measures to make sure that the youth of Africa are not limited to attain that full potential, so to attain certain objectives because of the effects of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. What country are you from?
A proud Cameroonian.
Amazing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm called Motia Felicia, a Cameroonian. I'm the co-founder of Unkwa for Change Solutions and the project Regenerative Agriculture. Climate finance, to me, is an opportunity whereby we can make use of young people, because in the world, 70% of the population is made up of young people. And I believe young people granted funding so that they can implement these their brilliant, innovative, creative ideas, as well as young people can be given the opportunity to be where there are policies being implemented. Our voice should be heard from local, national, and international. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, proud Cameroonian. You have also given us your perspective of what climate finance should look like. Before we give the next person, is there any young person in this hall that has been able to assess any form of climate finance for your initiative? Can we see your hand? We have the first GST this year. 1, 2. Okay, we're going to come back to 3. We're going to come back to you. You're going to tell us how the process was, how difficult was it, how easy was it, and was the finance enough for your initiative? Over to you, Richard.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I am Tanangwe Nordin Shutang. I'm a fifth-year mechanical engineering student at the National Higher Polytechnic Institute of the University of Bamenda. And I'm a volunteer at the Youth Empowerment Cameroon and an Open Dream Scholar. To me, climate finance is about funding initiatives to prevent the adverse effects of climate change within our community, and also provide funding to implement strategic solutions so that vulnerable population can become resilient to this effect, to this climate change. So we want to fund things like
What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? What is starting on? Very young people. Sure. Hello, everyone. shape our policies. It's not just we want more than government, and the government is not just the empowerment, the participation of young people at the policy table, and anything that will see that we achieve
Yeah. The idea and also how
from Zimbabwe, amazing, incorporating these ideas and also give us the perspective of finding that exactly. Good morning. For those in rural communities. We will also have very clear overview of where we come from, where we are, and what the projection is of climate finance. And I'm happy that we are getting this amazing ideas from young people, because remember, this conference is for young people by young people, with young people.
To me, adaptation finance is taking it from the bottom of the marginalized communities. These people are affected by climate change as every other communities. Like the urban areas are not as affected as the local communities. And most of the time, the people in the urban areas, even though they are more apt to adapt to it than people in the poor communities. And adaptation finance should also be flexible as flexibility. Sometimes the finances will be there. How do we adapt these finances? The powers that we should make it accessible to the young people. Too much protocol around accessibility should go down. Sometimes we may have indigenous people who are in very adaptation activities in their local areas, but getting access to finance may be a problem to them because maybe they don't know the processes which is needed. So if the process of getting these finances be made accessible even to the local people, all the rigorous processes to be broken down, it will make it more flexible for people in the suburbs. And then I also think that the area of agriculture should be given priority when it comes to adaptation finance. Africa is predominantly an agricultural continent. If I'm not mistaken, maybe about 80% of Africans depend on agriculture for their livelihood. So if we can give priority to the agricultural sector, it's going to go a long way to help the young people.
Thank you so much. Agriculture needs one of our own points in Africa. Different finance to look at the rural area. We also come back to you to tell us how we can also see access this finance and give us a thought. Richard, please. Morning.
Adaptation now is all the effort, what they use and the institutional population. Yeah, what's many friends do? We try to bring our efforts, what the people that are needed by women and by women. We can equally begin by emphasizing on capacity building and technology. This is about direction and climate finance. I think thank you very much.
Something.
Yes, deep action that you can take, that is action that government can take from the kingdom from the front of Africa and down to Africa, everybody, all of us can together. Making that solution from the gas world. Point. This is very strong and clear. And the next question will be, how can we also make get money for indigenous knowledge, also champion adaptation? The conversation that we need to have, or we need to hear back, will also be coming up here to like this conversation in the next 2 days. No, please go ahead. I will the audio on the continent. Yeah, yes.
The five of them here give people among them. What do you mind ready to chance? Yes, you used to give them some 5%.
Just remember, one more crying, one more begging. Do you want to do something?
Internet stop. Internet stop. Sort of light.
And then like you are all African, you don't want to give up the money. But we also have a principle that says we have to pay. Control. Okay. With that. Because we have existing business, and there are some people who are already engaged in innovative solutions, like for instance, medical science. In Africa, we are lucky that if you don't welcome it, you welcome the model we need to do. And it puts our So, for that last one, because we are out of time, and then conversation. Yeah. So I don't that. I don't think that. So we can see that. We are thinking all hands off for the unfortunately we'll have to pause it here because the conversation continues so maybe tomorrow. And allow my colleague Richard. Yeah, thank you very much. So we met a lot of things that issues of taking action.
Okay.
Oui.
It's on? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. In a very short while, I'm going to invite you to rise to welcome the minister and his delegation. So I would appreciate if the movement in the hall can come to a halt. Thank you very much. They're out here. Yeah, get them. Please, those who need hearing kits for the interpretation, just indicate by raising your hand, and the technicians will bring them to you. Just raise your hand if you need a headset for interpretation. Si vous avez besoin de kits auditoires pour l'interprétariat, bien vouloir indiquer en soulevant vos mains, s'il vous plaît. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to all stand to your feet as we welcome the Minister of Environment, Nature Protection, and Sustainable Development. No. I'm going to invite, just before I give the program to you, I'm going to invite the heat waves to execute the national anthem.
O Cameroon, thou cradle of our fathers, quickly shrine where we are now in hungry bones. Like tears of blood and sweat of salty water, on the hills and valleys in the jealous road. How can we live without you? We will be in joy and peace. We will be to thy name ever. Land of promise, land of glory, thou of life and joy, only soul. Thine be all, thy devotion, and divinity and forevermore. Shepherd, they shall reach young to celebrate. No to drum, no to be here, at more elegant daughter. The Minister of Environment, Nature Protection and Sustainable Development, the Executive Director of the African Coalition for Sustainable Energy and Access, AXIA, the Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA, representatives of diplomatic missions and international organizations, representatives of partner organizations, dear young people, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are all welcome to Yaoundé. On the occasion of the Inaugural Youth Forum on Adaptation Finance in Africa, our opening ceremony, which is being chaired by the Minister, is going to have the following program. We have just heard the national anthem of Cameroon, rendered by the heat waves. We are going to have a word of welcome by Dr. Augustine Jamshi, Executive Director of AXIA. Another message of welcome from Dr. Mithika Mwenda, Executive Director of PACJA. A goodwill message from Ms. Loretta Boniface, representative of the young people here and who is also a negotiator for Nigeria. A musical interlude and then the solemn opening speech of the minister. And finally, we are all going to be invited to listen to a keynote lecture on the purpose of this current event. Monsieur le ministre de l'Environnement, de la Protection de la Nature et du Développement durable, Monsieur le directeur exécutif de AXIA, Monsieur le directeur exécutif de PACJA, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des organisations internationales et des missions diplomatiques ici présentes, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des organisations partenaires, chers jeunes, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. La présente cérémonie d'ouverture du premier forum de la jeunesse sur le financement de l'adaptation en Afrique sera articulée ainsi qu'il suit. Nous aurons tour à tour les mots de bienvenue prononcés par M. Auguste Njamshi, directeur exécutif d'AXIA, et M. Mitika Mwenda, directeur exécutif de PACJA. Nous aurons ensuite un mot de solidarité prononcé par Miss Loretta Boniface, qui représente les jeunes, membres de l'équipe des négociateurs. Ensuite, nous aurons un intermède musical avant le discours solennel d'ouverture prononcé par Monsieur le ministre. Ensuite, je vous inviterai, Mesdames et Messieurs, à suivre une leçon inaugurale sur l'objectif de notre activité ici aujourd'hui, qui sera prononcée par un expert dont j'aurai l'honneur de vous introduire le moment venu. Sur ce, j'ai l'honneur d'inviter sur ce podium M. Augustin Njamshi, qui est directeur exécutif de l'organisation principale qui nous accueille ici ce matin. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Your Excellency, the Minister of Environment, Nature Protection and Sustainable Development in Cameroon, Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Loretta Boniface, representative, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I pronounce my welcome remarks, I'd like to spend a minute or two to talk about someone that has been very dear to us in the environment space. He is called Honorable Awudu Cyprian, who was the executive president of the Pan-African Parliamentarians Network on Climate Change, who has worked with the Minister of Environment, the Cameroon Parliament, and the African parliamentarians in the crusade for climate justice. May we rise and give a minute of silence to this gentleman. Amen. You can sit down. Your Excellency, Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to me to address you at the inaugural Youth Forum on Adaptation Finance in Africa. I would like to start by expressing our gratitude to the government of Cameroon and to you, Your Excellency, the Minister of Environment, for the support you've always given us. For the last 3 decades, even when you were not in this particular ministry, you have been supportive to the work of organizations in Cameroon. By hosting us at this very important occasion, Your Excellency would like to appreciate. We appreciate the leadership role that Cameroon is playing in advancing climate action on both national and international levels. I also like to express my gratitude to our partners who have collaborated with us to make this forum a reality. The Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, the African Adaptation Initiative, the GIZ, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that have been very supportive, both materially and morally. We really appreciate your help. Their technical support and generosity has enabled us to bring together over 2,000 young leaders from Africa and beyond, both on the internet and here where we are having seated more than 150 youths from 30 countries and from all sub-regions and from all the regions of Cameroon. They are part of a larger movement of youth advocates for adaptation finance in Africa. And we are grateful for their contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference, Empowering Africa, more than doubling adaptation finance for a resilient future, is a testament to the urgent need of collective action to address the challenges of climate change in Africa. In addition, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is more vulnerable than any other region to the world's changing weather patterns. This vulnerability is due to several factors, including the close coupling of African society with climate system, the complexity of the African climate system, the large degree of expected climate change, and the low capacity for adaptation to climate change. Despite these challenges, funding for climate adaptation in Africa is insufficient. In 2019 and 2020, an estimated $11.4 billion was committed to climate adaptation finance in Africa, with more than 97% of the funds coming from public actors and less than 3% from the private sector. However, it is estimated that African countries will need 52.7 billion annually until 2030 to fight climate change. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a moral imperative and a strategic investment to prioritize and increase funding for climate adaptation in Africa. This will not only help mitigate the impacts of climate change, but it will also help to contribute to the future resilience and prosperity of this continent. It is important to note that the Arab Coordination Group has recently pledged to allocate up to $50 billion to help build resilience, infrastructure, and inclusive societies in Africa. This, of course, is a step in the right direction. However, more needs to be done, and the international community must unite to address this pressing issue. Dear youths, ladies and gentlemen, climate change indeed poses a significant threat to Africa, disproportionately affecting the continent's sustainable development. Rising temperatures, increased frequency of extreme weather events, and the changing precipitation patterns have led to a range of impacts. These include droughts and floods, which in turn lead to food insecurity, threatening the livelihoods of millions in this continent. In recent times, Africa has experienced devastating floods, an invasion of desert locusts, and is now facing the looming specter of drought due to the La Nina event. These events have resulted in population displacements and stress on water resources. The situation is unfair, given the fact that Africa contributes only a minute amount of global greenhouse gas emissions, yet suffers from the deleterious effects of climate change to a disproportionate degree. Given the severity of these challenges, ladies and gentlemen, urgent and effective adaptation measures are indeed required to safeguard Africa's communities and ecosystems. Some of these measures include the promotion and use of inexpensive technologies that have already proven themselves in this continent, such as farmer-managed natural regeneration of trees for regreening landscapes, green manure, cover crops for restoring soils and fertility, and water harvesting to improve yields and prevent crop losses from droughts. More than 15 African countries have included adaptation to climate change in their national agricultural investment plans and are implementing climate-smart measures such as soil and water management, agroforestry, and improved pasture management. These efforts are crucial in building resilience and mitigating the impacts of climate change. However, it is important to note that while these initiatives show good potential for economic viability, livelihood enhancement, and vulnerability reductions, their long-term sustainability will depend climate models project that without adaptation, Africa will experience severe consequences, including the food insecurity, water scarcity, health risks, and economic costs. We cannot afford to ignore this, ladies and gentlemen, and we cannot continue to ignore these challenges any longer. While the need for adaptation in Africa is clear, a substantial gap exists in adaptation finance. The current financial commitments of adaptation need to be revised to address the scale of the continent's climate challenges. Key issues include underfunding, access barriers, uncertainty in financial support. The cost of non-action on climate adaptation in Africa is high and unsustainable. Not addressing adaptation needs will lead to humanitarian crisis, economic setbacks, social unrest, and what have you. We must take action now to avoid these consequences. The Youth Forum on Adaptation Finance in Africa is a critical step towards addressing the adaptation finance gap and safeguarding the continent's future. By mobilizing young leaders, the forum will amplify the voices of the youth in climate adaptation discourse. I am confident, ladies and gentlemen, dear young people, that the forum will inspire and empower all of us to advocate for increased funding for adaptation finance in Africa by more than double. I urge you all to take advantage of this opportunity to network, gain knowledge and skills in climate finance, advocacy, and project development. Let us work together to raise the awareness and call for action on adaptation finance in Africa. At the end of the forum, ladies and gentlemen, dear young people, we expect to issue the Yaoundé call, African Youth Call, for more than doubling adaptation finance for Africa's future, and present it at COP28 in December 2023. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
I'm going to please ask you to clap to the dimension of the man. Most of you know Dr. Augustin Jamshi very well, and I want to use a metaphor. Mr. Jamshi is to the climate change movement in Cameroon and in Africa what the indomitable lions are to this country. Please, let's give him an applause. Just on his heels, I have the pleasure and the honor to invite Dr. Mithika Mwenda, who is the Executive Director of BACJA, and Dr. Mwenda is going to talk to us using a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator, Your Excellency, the Minister for Environment of Cameroon, my friend, Augustin Jamshi, Executive Director of AXEA, distinguished young people, our allies, and everyone who has been invited to this meeting. Mine, today I'll go against the grain, the tradition, because I believe to give you a presentation. Presentation on a follow-up of now making what he has done very practical. And when I was asked to make this presentation or to speak to young people, I asked myself, what will excite them? It's not about a monologue or a long speech. I'm not saying Augustin's statement was that is setting actually the stage, but the Excellency, I wanted just to mention what these young people, because we want really them to excite them. And so I just want to make this presentation and I want to call them attention. Next slide. And so I want to ask, there is that diagram there. And I want you, if you can, all of you can see it. Look at it. That is the journey which my friend Stuart was presenting in the morning as we were waiting for the minister. It was a warm-up. So I want to give you just a very quick journey. That is what, when the moderator says Augustine is an indomitable lion. He has been in this journey. When Stuart made that presentation, you can see that when it started, and I'm told that the minister has been there for 30 years. So you must understand the history of the UNFCCC process. It started long time ago. And the ambition which we want, and when we talk about adaptation, we want to adapt. Because this challenge of climate change is a long process. To adapt to it will take time. So we want to now we are giving you orientation. We are baptizing you by fire. It is not going to be an easy journey. So some of them started, and some of them fell on the way. You must be 101, and that is what we want to do here. So if you look at that, you saw he talked about the Paris Agreement, and after Paris Agreement, we started a journey in 2010. You can see. We went and adopted the Paris Agreement. And from that adoption, there are other processes about communication, what people are doing, the Secretary General's meeting. And now you can see there, where we are now is 2023. The issues which we have been talking about, particularly what is the priority for Africa, that is adaptation, has been swept under the carpet. And because myself, since 2008, with my friend Augustine, we have really been fighting this battle. That is what we are going to do. And I know after Stuart's presentation, then you can just reflect if we were keen. We are very far to achieve that. So 2023 is very important. And that is why if there you see a hand of cattle, they are going, hundreds of them, and they do not have as more these younger ones, then there is no future of that hand of cattle. And so, why we are here today is really to re-energize our movement, to bring the young ones like you, so that now you can see, just reflect in yourself and ask yourself, how old are you? Can you just look at your right? Ask your friend, how old are you? How old are you? And then look at that, the first when we are supposed to attain what we are calling net zero. Then ask him, how old will you be in 2050? Have you done that? So how old are you going to be in 2050? When we are going to achieve that, what we are calling now, the ideal situation, when we are going to stabilize the greenhouse gases emission, when we are going to stabilize the world. That is the journey. Me, I will not tell you, but my friend, I can ask her because I don't have anyone to ask. But look at that. That is the journey which we are going. So we want really to ask you, young people, the future. Actually, the present belongs to you, and the future belongs to you, and the future generation. And that is why the minister is there. He was attending a very important issue, but when he was convinced that he is doing the right thing, because very soon he is going to bequeath you the future. We are leaving this to you, but we want to prepare you. It is a big struggle. The international dialogue on climate change is shaping global, diplomatic, economic, socio, emotional, and economic and political interactions in a way you have never seen. There is nowhere in the global forum where you will not talk about, which ends without talking about the climate change. Because we are in a green revolution era. Right now, we are not talking about it now. You know, the industrial revolution is green revolution. The world has shifted and we have to shift with it. The problem with Africa is that we don't look into that. Next slide. So I'm just going to rush through my slides. So what are we looking at then? In this world then, where climate change is a priority, you are going to realize that there are other issues. The global, climate change negotiations is happening in a very toxic global environment, the COVID-19. Much priority. And as we have really been challenging the world, if we got money to address climate COVID-19 in just 3 months, the world community and developed COVID-19 vaccines and deployed trillions and trillions of dollars on COVID-19. But when we ask, there is no money for climate change because they believe that it doesn't affect them. Wait until it arrives at their doorstep. Then we have also the Russia-Ukraine war, trillions and trillions of dollars from US and those others to Ukraine, and no one is bothering about us. The other one is deepening crisis. And by the way, before that, we have also even Ukraine, Israel-Palestine war. You can see those bombings. How much is that costing? And of course, for us, we are going to the COP. We pronounce ourselves, Your Excellency, about this chair of the COP28. There is no way you can put leopard here and a sheep here, and then you assume that it is going to be equal. And Java is not fit to be the president of COP28. We are going there with, I thought that you lock us, myself and Agustin, out of there because we have been very consistent. And we are worried about the outcome. We have already started losing. Look at what happened with the loss and damage. These are some of the things we were asking. So then the rise of right-wing movement in the North is another bigger challenge. However, there is some positive really signals. For the first time, we had the first Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi. I think that was a good mobilization for Africa. Even if there was nothing, I think we were able to mobilize ourselves to understand really there is a challenge. Then we had the first the NSA as non-state actors. In fact, this is not a forum in isolation. This is a follow-up to some of the forums like the Africa, what we have been doing as non-state actors. Youth, we consider youth very critical, and that's why we have prioritized this forum. And we continue in Nigeria. Just recently, we had a forum on agricultural acceleration. So we really want to focus on all sectors because we want to raise the profile of Africa. Then we have the climate change and as a major global topic, as I've mentioned. That's positive because it is higher profile. Key institutions have climate change as a key issue. And then the UN convened Climate Ambition Summit. I'm sure the president of Cameroon was there, Paul Biya, among other heads of state, in those and discussing, putting it at the high level. We also defeated the top climate denier in the world, Donald Trump. But I'm told he could be coming back. Let us pray that this man doesn't come back in the US because that's going to be dangerous. Next slide. And so look, so then when we discuss all these, we look at, we are discussing two things. We are discussing how to slow down the greenhouse gas emissions. And number two, how to minimize the impacts of unavoidable climate change. And that is what we are calling in simple terms, adaptation. So in all the global discussions, we are either trying about mitigation and adaptation. But this forum is about the next one, that is adaptation. How do we minimize the adverse effects of climate change? Because now it is hitting us, as Agustin mentioned, the torrential floods, shifting seasons, drying crops, disappearing rivers, and all this we are observing. But those two things are the ones which divide the global community. We have now the division between the global north and the global south. And so they are divided either what who is going to finance? And that is why we have this discussion. The issue of climate finance at global level is very important, but not only climate finance and adaptation finance. If you are listening to him, he has even given you the statistics, how dire it is for Africa and the global south for financing climate action and climate adaptation. Next slide. And so this raises the issue of what now we call climate justice. So climate justice is about doing exactly what we are doing. It is acknowledgement that climate change can have disproportionate socio-economic, public health, and other adverse impacts on underprivileged populations like us in Africa, and that creates injustices where those least responsible for this suffer the greatest harm. And so this climate justice seeks to have these inequalities addressed head-on through long-term mitigation and adaptation action. Next slide. So I'm not going to talk a lot now, Your Excellency, because I know you must be in a hurry going somewhere, attending other things. But there are three then dimensions of what we are talking about. So dimension number one is distributive justice. How are we going to distribute the burden of action? Because that's what now the division we are having between the North and the South. Number two, how we are going to retributive. There are somebody has caused this problem. How he or she is going to address it. And then the most important one, and that is why we are here, is the voices of the people. There are so many policies which are done. Even the UNFCCC, procedural justice. I heard before the Excellency came, some youths are complaining that they are never involved in this discourse. And now, for us, as PAGJA, as AXEA, we have given you a platform. This platform, the issue of procedural justice, you need to be on the table. Am I right? Am I right? Let me see by the show of hands. Am I right if you are hearing me? Do you want a voice? There are people, you know, when people sit behind, you know what happens, they are not following. I just wanted to test you on that. And so we need that issue of procedural justice, because for young people, we believe that because the future belongs to you. We have been having a lot of challenges in terms of when you go into negotiations. You know, even at us, Africa, you find America has got 200 delegates. The delegation of Cameroon is only 5 people. How on earth are you going to compete with those in terms of shaping what is going to shape our future? But it's not even at international level, even at national level. I know Cameroon has got a national climate change program, and that the national policy, the adaptation policy. Cameroon, as any other African country, I think we need to really to hear what would the voice of the young people and other sectors would be. Because African policies fails because whoever decides them, mostly, in fact, because these become donations from the North, they give us very expensive consultants who come and they do very good, do for us very, very good, beautiful policies. And eventually you find them in the ministries of environment and the government without being implementation because there is no ownership. And so what we want is to ensure that this process becomes participatory, involve all stakeholders, including the young people. But my challenge to you also is to ensure that you are not going to wait for it to be given on a silver platter. You need also to demonstrate that you want it. And with those few remarks, let me end it there and say, we are together in the next 3 days. It is going to be fiery. It is going to be really an active engagement. We don't want this to be a monologue. We want this to be really a dialogue, so that at the end of the day, we have ownership of this process. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, asking ourselves if the young people are ready to pattern and to run the race. And somebody who here on behalf of the young people in the hall is going to give us an answer to that question. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Loretta Boniface.
Good afternoon, African youth. African youth, good afternoon. Are we all here? Good afternoon. And when I say, what do we want? We say more than double of adaptation finance. What do we want? What do we want? I can't hear you. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, all. I stand on the existing protocol. Dear colleagues, I welcome us all to the inaugural Youth Forum on Adaptation Finance in Africa. In the context of our gathering today, we must acknowledge the role of adaptation in climate action. Climate change and its adverse impact in our continent place a distinct responsibility on the shoulders of the younger generation, because we bear the brunt of the crisis and represent a larger population of over 400 million people across the continent. For us, adaptation isn't a mere choice, but an absolute necessity for securing a safe, healthy, and a sustainable future. In the light of this, the importance of dedicated finance support for adaptation cannot be exaggerated. Adequate adaptation finance serves as a crucial enabler, empowering our youth to drive climate action and active contribution to strengthening of resilience in communities. In the last few years, Africa's position has strongly been on adaptation finance. However, it is important to understand that without any confusion, adaptation finance has been well stated in the Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. And it acknowledges that developed country parties shall provide financial resources to assist developing country parties with respect to both mitigation and adaptation. As African youth, we must always put this at the back of our mind. And this should also guide our conversation at all stages and at all levels. For young people, despite the challenges and difficulties in accessing the table, especially when finance is discussed and sharing formula is adopted, we have deliberately channeled our passion to advocacy and projects that help our communities build adaptive capacity with resources within our reach, which is even barely enough to even get us noticed. However, our zeal and resilience to meaningful engagement, active participation, and contribution through our initiative, whether as volunteers, interns, young people in decision and policy making. Our hope has always been alive as we strongly encourage ourselves with concept of intergenerational equity. This forum is a platform that aims to build youth capacity and consolidate our voices for our utmost demand as young people, which is more than doubling adaptation finance for a resilient future. In the next 2 days, we will listen and learn from amazing case study of adaptation projects practically led by young people in Africa, which focuses on different thematic issues in adaptation, such as generative agriculture, water and sanitation hygiene, adaptation in energy assets, etc. And I hope that this forum should not just be for conversation, but should motivate us to action and more action. By this time next year, it will be incredible to see all participants here present to assessing finance and driving adaptation projects in our various communities. In conclusion, investing in adaptation strategies specifically tailored for youth not only safeguard our well-being, but also lay the foundation for a generation capable of gearing innovation and fostering transformative change. Therefore, commitments should extend beyond too much talk. We must actively channel resources to ensuring that youth possesses the necessary tools, knowledge, technical support, and financial backing to not only adjust to the climate change impact, but to thrive. Now more than ever, we must understand the role of young people in fostering climate action and adaptation in Africa. We should have a looking forward approach in this forum and for the YAF initiative leading to COP28 and the year 2024. And I agree with Mr. Lucky when he said that YAF forum is for the young people, by the young people, and with the young people. So when I say, what do we want? We say, what do we want? More than double of adaptation finance. What do we want? What do we want? Youth, I can't hear you. What do we want? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Loretta. I think that both Augustine and Mithika, you are assured that the future is guaranteed. That when the time comes and you have to move out from these shoes, you have able young people who will continue the fight. I want to use this opportunity to thank you for what you do in grooming young people, because PACJA has a whole program helping to groom young people into the climate movement. Thank you very much for the work you do. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a break, but this is still a very green break. We have a musician in the house who wants to do for us a green song. I hope that there's going to be finance for green songs too, and green art and green music. I have the pleasure to invite to the stage Linus, who has a special song for us. We are going to have time to talk about it later, but for now, he's going to sing for us. Thank you.
Greetings, everybody. Before we go digital, I want to see who here who know this song. I know, you know. Okay, nobody knows it, so I'm going to break it down. DJ, let's go. We will make the morning. Climate change will get back. I know, you know, get together, we can make the world great. You know, we can make the world great. You know, get together, we can make the world great. I may change something. I'm speaking with today. I will walk down the street. I'm the hero. It's my future secret, y'all. Nice photos and boring. Where did you do? Crashes all along the street. We want it every day to make this all a better thing. It's Roddy, we want this. We can do it, make the world a better place. Oh, you know, Get together, we can make the world great. Oh, you know, get together, we can make the world great. Is the best in nature. Let them know what's really good for linked together. We are good fighters, no matter how the weather. Very bushes, tough on trees. Run home, dreaming, no more jumping along in the bus. Come on, people, you know we can do this. It's a university without diversity. We conserve the energy to cleanliness is family. Tell me how you want it. Fresh lines, fresh light, cool time inside. We get together, we can make the world great. My God, we go. We get together, we can make the world great. All great. We get together, we can make the world great. All great. All great. We get together, we can make the world great. Together we can make the world. Together we can make the world a better place. I'm sorry for the inconveniences. Let's go green. Let's go closer to the Garden of Eden. Thank you.
Thank you, Alinus. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, en ce moment, je vous invite à bien vouloir accorder Excellence, Monsieur et d'ouverture.
Je vous demande d'applaudir pour vous-même. Applaudissez pour vos parents et vos grands frères ici présents. Entre l'adaptation et l'atténuation, vous avez accepté l'adaptation. Applaudissez. Excellence, Monsieur le représentant de chambre consulaire, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants de la société civile, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des peuples autochtones et des communautés locales, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des organisations publiques, les représentants de la coalition africaine pour l'accès durable à l'énergie et du plan africain Climate Justice Alliance. Distingués invités, chers jeunes, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un grand honneur et un privilège pour moi de vous accueillir tous au forum inaugural des jeunes sur le financement de l'adaptation en Afrique, qui se tient à Yaoundé, la capitale du Cameroun, du 16 au 18 novembre 2023. Ce forum est un événement historique et opportun, car il réunit des jeunes leaders et des activistes de tout le continent et au-delà pour discuter et exiger une action urgente sur l'un des problèmes les plus pressants de notre époque, l'adaptation au changement climatique. Avant toute chose, Permettez-moi de vous remercier, les dirigeants respectifs de la coalition africaine pour l'accès à l'énergie durable et de l'Alliance panafricaine pour la justice climatique, et tous les partenaires qui ont convergé leurs efforts pour organiser cet événement au Cameroun. Nous apprécions le grand travail que vous faites dans le sens de la justice énergétique et climatique en Afrique. Merci pour votre partenariat exemplaire. Mesdames et messieurs, chers jeunes, je n'ai pas besoin de vous dire que l'Afrique est le continent le plus vulnérable aux impacts du changement climatique, alors qu'il contribue le moins aux émissions mondiales de gaz à effet de serre. Les effets du changement climatique se font déjà sentir sur l'ensemble du globe, menaçant nos vies, nos moyens de subsistance, notre biodiversité et nos perspectives de développement. Des sécheresses et des inondations, à la désertification et à l'élévation du niveau de la mer, en passant par des conflits et des déplacements. Ces phénomènes représentent une menace existentielle pour le présent et l'avenir de l'Afrique. Mesdames et messieurs, chers jeunes, le Cameroun n'est pas étranger à ces défis. En tant que pays doté d'écosystèmes diversifiés et de richesses naturelles, nous sommes confrontés à de multiples menaces liées au changement climatique. Nos forêts, qui couvrent plus de 40% de notre superficie et abritent plus de la moitié des espèces fauniques d'Afrique, sont soumises à une pression croissante due à la déforestation, la dégradation des paysages forestiers et aux incendies. Notre agriculture, qui emploie plus de 70% de notre population et représente plus de 20% de notre PIB, souffre des aléas climatiques et des dégradations du sol. Nos zones côtières, qui accueillent des millions de personnes et hébergent des activités économiques vitales, sont exposées à l'élévation du niveau de la mer, à l'érosion côtière et à l'intrusion d'eau salée. En réaction à ces contraintes et sous la conduite éclairée du président de la République, son excellence Paul Biya, le gouvernement du Cameroun est pleinement engagé à relever ces défis et à construire un avenir résilient au climat pour notre peuple. Nous avons élaboré et mis en œuvre diverses politiques et stratégies pour intégrer l'adaptation au changement climatique dans nos plans de développement nationaux. Nous avons également ratifié l'accord de Paris sur le climat et soumis notre contribution déterminée au niveau national, qui présente nos objectifs et actions ambitieux pour réduire nos émissions de gaz à effet de serre et nous adapter aux impacts du changement climatique. Par ailleurs, pour soutenir la veille climatique, nous avons créé l'Observatoire national sur le changement climatique, l'ONAC, pour suivre, évoluer et aider à la prise de décision en matière de changement climatique. Cependant, nous reconnaissons que nous ne pouvons pas agir seuls. Nous avons besoin du soutien et de la solidarité de la communauté internationale, en particulier des pays développés qui portent la responsabilité historique de ce dérèglement climatique. À cet effet, les engagements pris dans le cadre de la Convention 4 Nations Unies sur le changement climatique, notamment l'accord de Paris, devraient être respectés et appliqués pour permettre d'activer toutes les options d'appui financier adéquats, prévisibles et transparents pour l'adaptation au changement climatique en Afrique. Et selon le programme des Nations Unies pour l'environnement, l'Afrique a besoin d'au moins 50 milliards de dollars par an d'ici 2030 pour développer des actions d'adaptation. Cependant, le niveau actuel de financement est loin d'atteindre ce montant et la plupart de cet appui se présente sous forme de prêts plutôt que de dons. Vous convenez avec moi que cela est inacceptable et injuste. Nous ne pouvons pas payer pour les dommages causés par les autres. Nous ne pouvons pas également nous permettre de retarder ou de détourner nos rares ressources à d'autres besoins urgents de développement. Nous ne pouvons pas enfin nous permettre de perdre davantage de vies et de moyens de subsistance face aux dégâts générés par les effets du changement climatique. Nous avons besoin d'agir maintenant. Et c'est maintenant que nous avons besoin de financement pour l'adaptation. C'est pourquoi, mesdames et messieurs, chers jeunes, je salue et félicite votre présence à ce forum pour faire entendre votre voix et faire prendre des mesures sur cette question cruciale qu'est l'adaptation au changement climatique. Vous êtes l'avenir de l'Afrique. Vous êtes les agents du changement. Vous avez montré votre passion, votre créativité et votre innovation dans la recherche de solutions aux effets posés par le changement climatique. Vous avez montré votre courage, votre solidarité et votre leadership en plaidant pour vos droits et vos intérêts. Vous avez montré votre vision, votre espoir et votre optimisme dans la construction d'un avenir résilient pour vous-même et pour les générations futures. Chers jeunes, vous n'êtes pas seuls dans cette lutte. Vous avez le soutien de vos gouvernements, des organisations de la société civile, des acteurs du secteur privé, des partenaires au développement et d'autres parties prenantes qui partagent votre vision et vos objectifs. Ensemble, nous pouvons faire la différence. Ensemble, nous pouvons autonomiser l'Afrique. Ensemble, nous pouvons plus que doubler le financement de l'adaptation pour un avenir résilient. Pour vivre la communauté internationale, vivre le Cameroun avec son cher président Paul Biya, je vous remercie et que Dieu nous bénisse.
Nous exprimons nos sincères et vives remerciements à l'endroit de Monsieur le ministre, pas simplement pour sa présence ici aujourd'hui, mais surtout pour le leadership que donne le Cameroun dans ce mouvement sur le changement climatique. Excellency, we thank you very much and we appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the inaugural lecture, which is going to set the tone for discussions for the next 3 days, I think there is one heat wave that we accept not to mitigate. And that heat wave is the one that is in this room. I'm going to invite our friends. They call themselves the heat waves, and we are not going to mitigate them today. So please come forward, and they will do for us a song before I come to invite the keynote speaker.
That are causing climate change. Sing on, si po choo choo bom bom. Where's I go? Just si bam bom don't be do. So let us stop these actions that are causing climate change. Oh, come along, come along, oh, come along, come along. Come along, join us now, let's preserve nature. Let's preserve nature. Come along, Join us now, let's preserve nature. The forests are dying, waters drying, global temperatures are rising. So let us stop these actions that are causing climate change. The forests are dying, waters drying, global temperatures are rising. So let us stop these actions that are causing climate change. Yeah, yeah, come along. Come along, yeah, come along, come along, yeah, come along, yeah. The nature, come along, come along, yeah, come along, yeah. Nature.
God, He made the world
with a beautiful climate. Though there are natural causes, man, you're responsible for the change. Man, you're responsible for the change.
God,
with a beautiful climate. Though there are natural causes, man, you're responsible for the change. Man, you're responsible for the change. Cutting down the forest, manufacturing goods, generating power, causing global warming. Man, you're responsible for the change.
See what your actions have done.
Destroying the ozone layer, temperatures going high, poverty and displacement, severe droughts, heavy storms, destroying the ozone layer, temperatures going higher, poverty and displacement, severe droughts, heavy storms. Stop deforestation, encourage afforestation, invest in renewable energy, limit greenhouse gas emissions. Stop deforestation, encourage afforestation, invest in renewable energy, limit greenhouse gas emissions.
Africa,
Africa, where you come? Africa, where you Africa, where you go? Africa, where you go? Africa, where you go? Africa, where you Africa, where you go? Africa, where you go?
As we gather here today to ponder on the new normal, which is climate change, we need to think of ways of preserving the pride of Africa. We need to think of arguments to present Africa in the global dialogue for the preservation of nature. Thank God today we have youths who are going to take the lead and invest in fighting for justice. Climate justice is our cry. Climate justice is the right of Africa today. It is a human right, a right we must fight for, and a right we must defend to the end. Oh, Africa, where is your place in the discussion about the preservation of nature? Africa, rise. Let's rise and take our place as we fight to preserve our rights.
Let's not forget Operation Tree Planting. As we protect our forests, we also protect our wildlife. We reduce global warming. Oh, where are our lions? Where are our protected species?
Africa, we worry. 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 Africa, we worry.
Votre Excellence, ce groupe s'appelle Heat Wave en anglais, qui veut dire vague de chaleur ou canicule. Mais aujourd'hui, on a accepté que c'est la seule canicule qu'on va tolérer. Donc, dans l'engagement contre le changement climatique, cette canicule-là, on l'accepte. Donc, merci. Thank you very much. It was very wonderful. I'm sure that Dr. Mitika and Dr. Jamshi, if you need expertise for Pakja and Axia, you know where to go to. That was quite some science. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the distinguished honor to invite to this podium Mr. Eugene Fongwa, who is principal expert for climate and energy policy. He's head of just transition and energy access at Pakja and director of programs at Axia. And Eugene is going to help situate us, help us understand the reason why young people from around Africa have gathered in Yaoundé, Cameroon, to address these all-important issues. Please, I invite you to clap as Eugene comes to the podium. So as Eugene comes up, I'm going to invite the panel just to go down to the seat so that they can have a better view.
Your Excellency, dear executive directors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, young people from across the continent. It is indeed a pleasure to stand here to have this very short. I think it's going to be short because all of the speeches have drawn from what we intended to present. So I'm going to skim through. But the idea here is to situate us and build a case for advocacy to double and more than double adaptation finance for the continent of Africa. As we are all aware, the 21st century is facing many challenges, which are complex and interconnected, that require collective action and global cooperation. Some of the major issues we are confronted with today include poverty, inequality, migration, cybersecurity, pandemics, and nuclear proliferation, whether we agree or not. Among these, the climate crisis is perhaps the most urgent and existential threat to humanity and the planet. The climate crisis is the result, as we have heard in the song, of human activities that emit greenhouse gases and cause global warming, leading to extreme weather, sea level rise, biodiversity loss, food insecurity, and increasingly, social unrest. The climate crisis demands a radical transformation of our energy systems, consumption patterns, and lifestyles. As well, it requires a just transition that ensures the protection of human rights and the empowerment of vulnerable communities. Among the actions that we must take, supporting frontline communities to adapt to the adverse impacts of climate extreme is paramount, especially in Africa. And so, in the next couple of minutes, I'd like to argue that there is clearly a nexus between climate change adaptation and our development, as both processes aim to enhance the resilience and well-being of human and natural systems. However, as we will see and we've heard, the current state of ambition is largely insufficient, and that poses multiple risks, both for African nations and the global effort to address the climate crisis. For some time now, we have known that the climate crisis is not an environmental issue anymore. Climate change poses significant challenges and opportunities for development, especially in the context of sustainable development. It has therefore morphed from a framing that saw it as a change to one that has become a crisis and which today in many ways is an emergency. In Africa, climate change is mainly felt in terms of the threat it poses to our development and resilience. The continent, as we've heard, is already experiencing the impact of extreme events such as droughts, floods, heat waves, storms that disrupt livelihoods, damage infrastructure, and increase poverty and insecurity. Here are some numbers to shock you. Africa is home to about 17% of the world's population, but only accounts for 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions. However, it is one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change due to its high dependence on rain-fed agriculture, its low adaptive capacity, and its exposure to multiple climate hazards. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Africa could face temperature increase of 3 to 6 degrees Celsius by 2100, compared to the pre-industrial level. This could result in a reduction of crop yields by up to 50%, and increase water stress by up to 60%, increase malaria incidence by 90%, and cause a loss of biodiversity of up to 40%. According to the African Development Bank, climate change could reduce the GDP of African countries by 2.8% to 10% by 2050. So at the time we meet the threshold for net zero, we would have lost 10% of our GDP. And this will depend on the severity of the scenarios that we choose to follow. This could also translate to losses of up to $68 billion to $259 billion per year for the continent. To cope with these challenges, African countries must invest in climate adaptation measures that reduce their vulnerability and enhance their capacity to respond to climate shocks. Some estimate that African countries could spend an average of 4% of their GDP on adapting to climate change impacts. These estimates often ignore the millions of dollars that frontline communities spend to buy improved seeds, build irrigation systems, raid flood defense, and other things. These expenditures divert potential investments from critical development sectors such as education and health. As the UN Environment Programme puts it, the annual cost of adaptation in Africa could range from $7 billion to $15 billion by 2020. So that's the old estimate. But in the coming decades, that will rise to about 50 billion per year to about 100 billion by 2050. Yet, as we've heard again, the current level of adaptation finance is only around $3 billion per year. This gap between the needs and the resources hamper Africa's ability to achieve its development goals and protect its people and the environment from the adverse effects of climate change. Therefore, it is imperative to mobilize more and better adaptation finance for Africa's development and resilience. To do this, we require enhancing the effectiveness and efficiency of existing funding sources, as well as exploring new and innovative mechanisms that leverage public and private sector investment. It also requires strengthening institutional and technical capacities of African countries to access, manage, utilize adaptation finance in a transparent and accountable manner. Moreover, it requires ensuring that adaptation finance is aligned with the priorities and needs of African countries, as well as with the principles of environmental and social sustainability. By doing so, adaptation finance can support Africa's transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient development path that enhances its economic growth, social welfare, and environmental protection. It is well illustrated that investing in climate adaptation could generate significant benefits for Africa's development and resilience. Again, according to UNEP, every dollar that we spend investing in adaptation could yield $4 in benefits. So the argument that adaptation is not good business is false. Moreover, adaptation could create new opportunities for economic diversification, innovation, job creation, and social inclusion. So, how then do we close the adaptation finance gap in Africa and get to where we need to be? This forum is part of the response, an invitation to young people from across the continent and the world to build strong arguments and raise their voice and demand that those historically and increasingly currently responsible for the crisis live up to their responsibilities. And in so doing, we aim to increase the share of adaptation finance in the overall climate finance portfolio and ensure that it is commensurate with the adaptation needs and costs of African countries. The current conversation, especially since Glasgow, focuses on doubling existing commitments and disbursements. A more helpful conversation would be one that is needs-based. In other words, that adaptation finance should respond to the actual adaptation needs of the continent. And also, even what we are asking, the more than doubling, fails to meet the expectations of the continent. Even if we doubled adaptation finance to around $4 billion per annum, which is the current quest, it will still fall short of assessed adaptation needs on the continent. Number two, we also need to enhance access and delivery of adaptation finance by simplifying and streamlining the procedures and criteria of multilateral funds and bilateral donors, and by strengthening the capacities and readiness of African institutions and stakeholders to access these resources. Number three, we must improve the effectiveness and efficiency of adaptation finance by promoting participatory and inclusive planning and decision-making, by ensuring transparency, accountability, and learning in the implementation and evaluation of adaptation projects and programs. Number four, we must foster the innovation and scaling up of adaptation finance by supporting the development and deployment of new and emerging sources and instruments of finance, and by leveraging private sector investments and partnerships. Of course, with the right safeguards in place. Number 5, we must enhance the coherence and coordination of adaptation finance by harmonizing policies and standards of different funding sources and channels, and by fostering regional and cross-sectoral cooperation and collaboration, and integrating adaptation actions. In summary, there is clearly a nexus between climate change, adaptation, and development. As I said before, both processes aim to enhance the resilience and well-being of human and natural systems. Indeed, adaptation is not only a response to the impacts of climate change, but also a means to achieve development outcomes that are more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable. Therefore, adaptation and development should be integrated and mainstreamed in policies, plans, and actions at all levels and across all sectors. This requires a holistic and participatory approach that considers the multiple dimensions of vulnerability, risks, and capacities, as well as the synergies and trade-offs between adaptation and development objectives. It requires that at least at COP28, the global community rolls out a blueprint to make more than double adaptation finance in Africa and move from pledging to start keeping their promises. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eugene. I'm going to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to please give him another round of applause. His keynote lecture brings us to the end of this official opening, which the minister so generously accepted to chair. Excellency, we are very grateful. We are going to have a group photograph. Just protocol is going to set in now, just to guide us on how it would happen, just in front here, and they will tell everybody where to find themselves. So all we just need to do, we turn the chairs of the official panel, the seat facing, and then please, you can come to the back and let's have this picture. Immediately after the pictures, His Excellency again invites us to a cocktail, which he has so generously provided for participants. Excellency, we're happy. Thank you.
Where are these young people?
These photographers, let's get an initial photo of the panel sitting. No, it's okay. Okay. Go ahead, get an initial photo. Okay, we invite participants, please just come to the back of the. Prof, you can sit down. Yes, yes.
Sokora nini, mona, iwi mbali No moto asita somtan nani on timba libena na Yesu ala be mona iwi ya bani biye iwi ya Namalanga yande wana ba namalanga yande wana oma pula tete ba
I think that we are going to have some press interviews just outside the hall. No moto asita somta nani on timba libena na Yesu ala be mona iwi ya bani biye iwi ya Namalanga yande wana ba namalanga yande wana oma pula tete ba
Wenge natimbino nyazi bongo labana bana bena oya no wenge potimbeya. Minha mapwa mandepasa wenge oninwase na bodinde jeya bato esebo singa. Ba na mala nyabobe ja de someone mongo ni wiye. Donje na bolino itabonde itande na mulima musangi itenda binjati ele nomba amamene pe bambo yana bandolo be sino itenda binjati ele nomba.
Itinambale no manga. Isori nule maponi. Malalongo maritimide bena. Mtaka na mtaka pon. Alale. Uwapa yango na tenge. Kakamule mamongo mafiken. Sorry nule manade. Manate kete batu boli yada.
Wanomala diwana mbembe.
Sorry, tete na ulema.
Itenda binjati ele nomba.
Ndenga bobe nde makwasi. Pale ponele tena tempe. Tena binjati ele nomba.
Je voudrais qu'il sache, je voudrais qu'il sache que je suis là.
Ça fait des mois, on s'est pas parlé. Si tu savais comme tu m'as manqué, bébé, je sais qu'on s'est fait mal, mais on peut tout recommencer. Les sentiments. Tes mots, ils m'ont pas changé, et ton sourire n'a même pas fané. On se regarde dans les yeux, mais qui agira le premier? Viens, ça, mon ami, moi, je vais te parler. Hey, I'm my baby. Samulema ibulema ninwenge. Longeti bwa ninwenge.
Comme on est digne, tu peux pas t'en aller. Comme personne n'a dit quoi aller. Du d'emblée, mais mani wenge. Oh,
now you did leave me so for road. My baby, why you on the go? Cause I know. That's why you shit on for throne. Girl, you don't even make me catch you go. My baby, come closer. Bring your dick for you, come closer. You love to me, come closer. Closer, come closer. My baby, come closer. You leave me for you, come closer. You love to me, come closer. Closer, come closer. C'est toi qui m'as touché, touché, mais non sur trop serré. Tu peux pas me plaquer, fallait pas m'allumer. Yeah, yeah.
c'est toi qui m'as chauffé, chauffé. Tu peux pas me quitter. Ouais, pas commencer. Tu peux pas me laisser.
Angelina, say what you want, but I need you back. Stay by your side whenever you were down. Even in the middle of the night, yeah.
Angelina, so the team will pull you up. Ubina na tonzi wa, na pull you up.
Now you leave me so far alone. My baby, why you wanna go? Cause I know. Well, you don't even make me catch you. Oh.
My baby, come closer. You come closer. Baby, come closer. Close, come closer. My baby, come closer. Before you come closer. Baby, come closer. Close, come
Okay, we'll take another shot.
Don't worry.
let me show you. Don't camera please. Let's tell you. Wait. This thing is supposed to show. All right, let me remove this. Let me remove this now and stand. It's okay. Comme ça. On fait ici comme ça. Ah, it's good. Light is making it very dark. Like this. You stand like this so that you take these lights behind. Save Sabri, you say true no. Yeah, I like the way my crush is rushing to take me a pic. What were you looking at? You're supposed to stand like this so that this light. So let's snap now. Come on. One, two, one. Yeah.